Good afternoon. So, we are back again. For some reason, a tune went through my head. So, I thought I'd show you these. So, yesterday, you met a couple of the puffs. Well, I've now made a grey one. I also found the missing colour of ball of wool. So, if I reach back here, Rory's just moved, so that's a good thing. So, you've already seen that I've got grey and the blue, but I also have a kind of lighter blue. Why is this? Let's move this down that way a bit. Disturbingly, a pink. Now, it looks a little bit brighter on camera than it is in real life, but I've got a black. I have... Is that the three colours? Is that the colours that I've got? Let me check, because I shouldn't have any pairs left in my bag. Oh, I know what I'm missing. Purple. There he is. So, and there's a dark grey on the way. So that's my colour palette. And I am making little hexagons. So while originally I was going to make all the ones with the ball of dark blue wool and then start on another ball of wool. Get your paw off. I have changed my mind. And I'm going to do at least one of every colour. So that I can, you know, mess about a bit. But I now have 4 puffs. Oops. One's just made a break for it. No, don't eat it. Got to find somewhere to store them because, well, they have a little bit of a life of their own. So, uncover this. Let's push this back a bit. Actually, let me, excuse me. I'm going to grab you and try and bring you forward a bit. You're stuck on something. What are you stuck on? There you go, let's put that there. Now, that's just plain awkward now. Problem is I've got stuffs down here. And you kind of got stuck on something. Don't know quite what, but I want you a bit more there. That's better. I know it doesn't look better yet. Oh, bear with me. Now, if I do that, the pillow's kind of where I want, but you can see a bit more this end, but the pillow's not like over here for me, so that kind of works out. Right. So, let's get back to what we were doing. So, last night, we left it that we were in a position to be finishing today. So, let's see if we can't manage some of that. So there needs to be another one for you. So let's work this out. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yep. Right. I saw that. So put you aside, put you aside. Right. So twist across, twist across. Shortening. Amy needs to stop shoving me. Everyone's got a spot. Let's push the table back a little bit more so my knee can move. This is my jumper. Hello. Right. Pins. Knew we were missing something. Now, technically we don't need pins, but I keep reaching for them, so... See, remember I said yesterday about screwing up? Well, appears I did. Funny that. And I in fact mentioned this very chunk. Because I don't know how I managed to do it every frigging time. Something is wrong, and I don't know how I do it so reliably and not notice when I do things wrong. So you two should have been incorporated in here, but haven't because I screwed up somewhere. Well, I know roughly where I screwed up, and I know roughly how I screwed up, but I don't know how I achieved it at the time when I thought I was paying attention. And can you stop coming undone? For goodness sake! This is why the threats of the elastic bands are here, because coming undone for no apparent reason is just not necessary, you know? Just felt another one come undone. Hiya, Nautica. Oh, yeah, hiya, Nautica. How you doing? Remember last night I said that if I'd screwed this bit back up, I'd go and fix it? Well, I was right. Somehow, I screwed this up. And I don't know how I do it. Well, I mean, I know roughly what I've done, but what I don't understand is why, when I feel like I'm paying attention, I still manage to screw it up this much. And being rammed by dogs is not helping. No. And many of the bobbins are now being naughty, so we're getting elastic bands because, well, it's just not necessary, you know. See, that's okay. I need to fiddle with some settings. Hang on a sec. You're being very loud, but you are not. Now, try that. So yes. Worry not, worry not. So you really should not have been in it. Oh, come on, brain cells. Warm up and do something useful. You had this side drop off this. But if I include you in the going across, there was a pair. Okay, so there was a pair. So let's put you in. You now come out and you go across. And now we go through you and we put you in. You are being annoying, so I don't know why. I was hoping to wind back to the looser bottom threads, but it seems a long way. Well, keep going. There they are. Right. So now I have to wind you back up a lot. So how is the rebuilding of Gadget? Is Gadget now spanked in submission? See, that... No, that might be... No, that's still not... That's still... No, that's good, We're good, we're alright. We're good. Now I feel like there's too many. Hang on. You go out. You are out. No, they're not. It's just... Once again. No. There are too many. Oh, for the love of God, how is this so hard? How is this so hard? See, if you go out here, there's 3, but there should only be 2. I know why. Because... you were over there, and the other pair was lying to me, because they were never involved. Now there's 2, and I haven't fudged it, I promise. You go over there, you 2 get a pin, you twist and come back, you are now over there, which gives me the bottom 4, and the next 4. There. Christ. Sorry, I've got to mute this dude. I turned him really low down, but Jesus, it's giving me a headache. He's playing Monster Hunter, and he's got a good talking voice, so it's not a whiny, nasal, kind of makes you want to cry voice. But between the music and the combat and the stupid characters who've all got squeaky voices, and it was just too much in my ear. Too much in my ear. No more pins. Steel pin. Well, at least you've made improvements. That's kind of, you know, we have to be grateful for small mercies. You know, it is not too surprising, having pulled it apart, that maybe one bit hasn't quite gone back the way it wanted to be. Although I'm sure, like me, you kept kind of good memories of where everything was. But remembering, of course, you took it apart because it was unhappy. Well, you see, and that is a bonus. I mean, you know, the fact that it doesn't just wet itself and leave great puddles on the floor is a bonus. I would give my back teeth a professional one. Because theirs always seems to be exactly what you'd expect, which is designed a lot like the ones we can buy. that actually works. So it's got like a metal back and forth nozzly bit. Oh, fuck off. And when they go over to suck up the water, a lot of water is sucked up. Therefore, they spray well and suck up well, and therefore the carpet becomes rather clean rather quickly. Whereas, certainly in my experience, they can get your carpet plenty wet, but they don't tend to be so good about sucking up the dirty water. So then, of course, you're spending time repeatedly going over the same spot because, well, it's not clean enough yet. And, you know, when you've done, the carpet is still... It's not really damp, it's kind of wet. Which then, of course, means that the moment the dog goes anywhere near it, any muck that is on your dog, because, you know, bathing dogs is just such an easy thing to do, you know, they might as well come in with you know, a shovel full of mud and smear it around your carpet. Which is why many of my carpets look a little bit as second-hand as they do, is because while I washed it, the dog came in, walked across it, and it looked like they'd stomped in great muddy boots, and it was as bad as it was before we started. So I've got, and like, for example, where I sit here, underneath my feet, it almost looks like, you know, the grunge you get on your mouse from your skin, that, you know, every so often you kind of look at it and go, and pick a bit, and pick a kind of like a spot of it off. It's kind of the same, but on the carpet underneath my feet. It's like it's had oils or such on it, and it's got little kind of spotty bits of my eyes going off again. Oh, for goodness sake. I was going to start at 2 o'clock, and the reason it was a bit late was I had the eye massagey thing on, but the twitchy bit in my eyes just kicked off, so I'm going to sit here with my eyes shut. Well, not both eyes, but my eye shut for a bit. See if that will cheer it up. Because, of course, eye twitches are a sign of eye strain. But I don't feel like I've got eye strain. What is giving me eye strain is the twitches, pretty much. Because obviously you can't... It affects your vision. Probably, dyslexic words, not friend. But the kind of gunk that only seems to build up on your mouse. You don't really seem to get it on your keyboard, but you get it on your mouse, and it'll be like, and you kind of pick at it. If it's called patina, it's called patina. Whatevs, alright? As long as you know what I mean, that's all that matters, right? So yeah, but it's almost like that on my carpet, and it's actually quite difficult to get out. I've scratched it. I've not scratched, but I've attacked it with kind of like a dog fur brush to brush it. I've washed it. I've done a lot. Well, I've done a lot of things for it, and it's still the same. I mean, it must be the cleanest dirt going, is all I can say to that. If that makes any sense. Oh, Nautical, why is everything so hard today? I made more puffs. I don't know if you saw at the beginning of the stream yesterday, I had made a couple of puffs. Well, now I have made a couple more puffs, and I've got more colours of puff. So I've got that. I'm going to finish my pico bookmark thing. How How many have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's push. Well, I think there is a bit of that, and I think obviously maybe if they've come in with marginally damp feet, that doesn't help, because then there is an element of damp that is not blatantly apparent. You know, it's not like they've left black foot marks across your rug kind of thing, but they've left slightly damp footprints, and so any kind of dust, dirt that is attached to said dog, plus general life, then is attracted to the moister areas and collects because, well, it's damp. And, you know, I think that really doesn't help my poor carpet, because considering my carpet is basically this colour, it's a little more yellow. I mean, hang on. You can't really see it because it's not well lit up. Let me move this a bit. Hang on. And the camera a bit. You can see I've got a pale ass carpet, right? Bear in mind that's kind of in the shade. So I've got pale ass carpet and dogs. I did not pick the carpet, but because it was basically brand new, I was loath to replace it because, well, it was effectively brand new carpet. So I didn't want to replace it here and now. And so I didn't. So I, from that point of view, I'm not feeling, you know, hard done by, because I didn't pay for the new carpet. Yeah, the previous occupants, stroke, woman who was doing up house to sell it, whatever, did that. I mean, I don't know whether the people who lived here before me were not very active people. As I understood it, they were almost end of care, right? And it meant that they had a home help, so they probably just sat in here staring at the walls, because while there was a stair lift before I bought the house, there isn't one now, but there was a stair lift. It was almost like the house had never been used, and I mean that genuinely. There's a couple of dings on walls from where someone had moved something, but seriously, it could have been, you know, while this house was built in 2007, when I bought it 6 years ago, it could have been 6 months old. It really could. And so, you know, I don't know if this is the original carpet and they just never moved to wear it out or make any marks on it, because, well, obviously it's going to pick up marks being that colour. I mean, it's just stupid. It is a stupid colour for that. You know, no one in their right mind gets a plain pale carpet. It's got to have a pattern on it. It's got to have, you know, it's got to have a bit, I won't say colour per se, but it's got to have a bit of personality. Just because every tiny little mark shows a mile. And having dogs, especially 2 puppies, was a bit much for it, to be honest. I didn't like that. Especially in the hall. The hall looks more like a carpet that's been thrown out in the garden for a year. Once again, it's clean dirt, but it's still, you know, while I appreciate that's a contradiction in terms, it is clean dirt, like it's been washed many times, and, you know, but it still looks dirty. So it is somewhat unfortunate, just because. However, because I didn't pay for said new carpet, and I'm sure it was very expensive carpet, oops. You shouldn't be on the floor. How did you get on the floor? you know, like everything, when its times comes, well, technically, it's, you know, a lot of people argue its time has already come, but at some point, I will need to get new carpet. I will not opt for carpet in the hallway. To be honest, I quite fancy that kind of resiny stuff in the hallway. So it's not even tiles. You just have like a wall-to-wall, solid, waterproof, washable, non-slip kind of environment. Again, I don't know whether it's my wonky brain cells or not, but I have a real problem walking on damp floors. Now, I think in part there's a level of kind of, yeah, the self-leveling stuff, and once it dries, you know, it's kind of like fancy concrete, but it's not. I kind of fancy something like that. But I think my problem with damp floors stems from when I was a child. And because they always had lino squares on the floors of schools, you'd walk in, and if you had the slight... Bear in mind, women's shoes do not have grips on. They are shiny, shiny plastic. So, obviously, a number of times, I put my foot forward, wee crump, and I did that a few too many times, and gave myself quite a few injuries in the process. Nothing spectacular, but just enough injuries that, you know, you're kind of not looking to repeat it. And ever since, I mean, I can't even stand in the shower comfortably. I have to have a bath mat at the bottom of the shower so that I can stand in the shower, because it's wet and shiny, and I can feel myself slipping. I've got it's not tiled, but it's kind of a vinylish style floor in my bathroom. I had to cover it in mats because I can't get out of the shower without slipping and falling over. And, you know, no offence, at my weight, when I go, I break shit. So, or myself, or both. And, you know, sorry, Amy's just done something weird. And so as a result, you know, I remember the story that my ex-husband tells of, he was staying at his father's house after his father had died, inadvertently in the bathroom. Not from slipping. They think he got up from the toilet and just, that bang, he was gone, right? But Trev was having a bath, got out, slipped, ended half in, half out, you know, butt in the air kind of daffodil style, right? And couldn't get any grip on anything to get out, and he was convinced he was going to end up, you know, dying draped over the edge of the bath, you know, butt naked, you know, kind of daffodil in the air, you know, and it's, you know, not that I particularly have done that one, but I've done some of my own, you know, I've been there, I've slipped, I've made a fool of myself, and I just can't walk. I mean, even when I used to go swimming, the local swimming pool has got like knobbly tiles, a bit like Lego bricks, but, you know, the knobbles are like, you know, well, about that big kind of thing. I can't walk on it. I walk really slowly. And it's like, what the fuck's wrong with you? And it's like, but it's slippery. And he's going, it is not slippery. As I feel my feet slipping like this as I walk. And it's like, well, it is on my feet. And I don't want to be the whale that goes down at the swimming pool, you know? So yeah, I do struggle with slippery floors. So, you know, getting some non-slip, the matte stuff, not the shiny stuff, getting some of that on my whole floor, you know, would be nice, so that should I go out, because obviously I don't tend to, but should I go out and come back in and it's been, you know, it's wet out there, the first thing I won't be doing is landing on me butt on the doormat. So, because, you know, I'd appreciate that. And I don't really want to have rugs, because you spend your entire life putting the rug straight, unbunching it up. You know, you pretty much want to nail the bugger down, which kind of defeats the point. So, you know, I have given it some thought, because at some point I will need to do it. Part of me, and obviously the you know, Liz, the ever cold person, would love to have underfloor heating, because it is just such a glorious thing. Every time I used to go to home base, there was like an underfloor heating tile, and you could go and press it and feel how warm it got, and it was kind of like, I want those, because I've always got cold feet, hence I'm putting my blanket back on. I really need to do something with this blanket. Well, it's a duvet, but I really need to do something with it, because it's looking really secondhand now. That's because it is. And but I do kind of, I'd love underfloor heating, as I'm sure with the dogs. But like everything, that's expensive, and, you know, I just kind of bit stuck in my head about whether it's worth it or not. I saw an interesting thing, shorts, whatever, video, which was explaining why people of my generation struggle with things like the concept of avocado toast, and you know, why would you waste your money on it? And they pointed out that back when, you know, in the 80s, if you wanted to buy a TV, even a shit one was £1,000, or the equivalent thereof, and your rent, however, would be like £200. You know, and things, you know, along those lines. So a microwave was like £500, and, you know, basically, you know, a car, you know, all of these things, all of the things that technically are luxuries. Stop licking my blanket. This is why my blanket looks so bad, because certain animals like licking it. But nowadays, you can buy, like, you know, 3 decently big TVs for, you know, £600. But your rent is like £2,500. And they were basically saying how it's because now the essentials are expensive and the luxuries are not. And it's quite a valid point, actually, because, you know, while, you know, you don't buy things every day, so you don't go and buy a washing machine every month, right? You probably don't even buy one once a year. It's like what you're hoping it's once every 10, 15 years, right? It means you become slightly out of touch with what the current rates for things are. So I know my TV, which is, I think, a 52-inch TV. Not that I've turned it on for over a year, but ignoring that factor, which is something I was thinking that I really ought to take the TV and the TV stand upstairs, which would give me significantly more room in here. But of course, then I've got to get them upstairs, and when you're on your own, that's not an easy doing. Especially as, by preference, I go up on the stairs on all fours because my back hurts. And so lifting something else upstairs becomes even more complicated. But, you know, if I could clear them out and clear my shit pile and have a bit of a reorganisation in here, that could be really nice. Because obviously, you know, I don't tend to watch TV. I tend to watch it on my computer, which is on a wheelie desk in front of my couch. Exactly, right? Exactly! You have no idea how much I regret that they took out the stair lift. You know, especially on the days we've all had. I mean, I've occasionally thrown my back out. I don't have generally a dodgy back, but I do I do suffer from my back's curved, right? Now, obviously, everybody's back's curved, but mine's more curved than normal, right? And it's curved in ways it shouldn't be. And as a result, due to being fat and having boobs, I find standing incredibly painful because the weight of the boobs pulls on the top of my back, but my back is, if I stand upright, that is my back at its extreme leaning. If I want to lean backwards, I can't, because that is the maximum extent my back will go. So if you're already straining to stand upright and you add considerable weight to the front, it puts a lot of strain on the old muscles. Now, you would think that after all of these years, they'd be slightly used to it. The short answer to that is, no, they're not. Because obviously I don't stand all day. If I stood all day, they probably would have done. Hang on. I've got to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So as a result, they're not. Which then means that when I do stand up, even for things like cooking, if there is, and it's not too bad if I stand dead straight, right? But of course, it's very rare that you stand dead straight. So, for example, cooking, that tiniest of lean for cooking that you might be doing. No, that's too much. My back hates that. Can't be doing that. Same with mowing the lawn. Same, to be honest, with hoovering the carpet. Because you lean like 5 degrees to push the hoover, my back won't do that. It goes, I can't take all of that extra weight. I can't do that. The boobs are too much. They need to go. Well, yeah, okay. I mean, I've no use for them, so feel free. But they don't just disappear. Yeah, and you know. Exactly. Sometimes it's just that tiniest of lean. So instead of being dead upright, you just lean like that. And it's just the wrong angle. And it really, really hurts. And so you try like... So, you know, here we are, the collection of British farts, right? Going, ow, me back. Bailey, I don't think you're particularly old, are you? I mean, I don't think you're 12. But I don't think you're kind of up there, are you? Anyway, yeah. No, you're not doing too bad, so you're well in the right reams for it to be going, yeah. So, you know, you're a bit older than I thought. I thought you were kind of early 40s. Yeah, I thought you were early 40s, but, it's one of those things is that, and it doesn't get better. No matter how much you do it, you'd think, well, you know, the muscles would get used to it. No, they don't. If anything, they get more grumpy about it. And it becomes... Exactly. You wake up and somehow you've thrown your back out because you breathed funny overnight or something. And I mean, I threw my back out that I became the bent over, like walking around like this old hag kind of thing, right? for a couple of days. I don't know what I did to it. It just felt like it, you know, as we all do as we get older. Random bits if you wake up one morning and go, boss, not in the mood, sorry, bye, and that's it for you for the day. So, you know, with all that in mind, obviously, this doesn't feel right either. No, that is right. But for some reason... What? Oh, I see what's wrong with it. No, I don't. Yes, I do. No, I don't. That's what's wrong with it. It got looped around. That's what's wrong with it. So, you know, we all wake up, clearly, with, you know, fresh new problems for the day. You know, the whole troop did not sign in this morning. And it really doesn't help with keeping your house clean, because you might look at something going, oh, I really want to do that. You go anywhere near it and your back goes, ha, no. Or a knee goes, no. or a hip goes, no, or you crick your neck or your shoulder, or some body part will just kind of go, excuse me, stop, I'm going to stop you there. No, not today. And so even if your brain is in the mood, some bit of you isn't, and the chances of all bits of you being in the mood, ready, willing and able, just seem highly unlikely. So I have struggled very much with a number of things, and so because I live alone, which really doesn't help, it's not like I've got someone to take the other end of things either. What am I doing, dumbass? That's not the thing I need to be doing. Undo that. You go over there. Here. So, I kind of almost need to like hire a dude. To insist that I get around to tidying my shit pile, but also to assist with the carrying of various things up the stairs, because, well, again, sometimes it's the angle that you would naturally lean because you're carrying something of weight is just a little bit too much for my back, and it's going, you've carried me 5 feet. No, that was it. That's all you get. You're done now. So I am very aware I need to tidy up, and I woke up yesterday, for example, really, really, really in the mood for tidying my shit pile. I didn't move one object come the end of the day, and well, it's Sunday now, and I still haven't moved any objects from my shit pile. I really do need to I need to explain. I lovingly call it my shit pile because it is a shit pile, but it doesn't upset me. Unlike most people who a decent sized shit pile of things, of stuff, bear in mind it is not actual shit, although some of it is actually rubbish, but most of it, for example, there's Amazon boxes in there, for example. But most of it is actual stuff. So it is a pile of stuff. But I still call it my shit pile because, well, it's a pile of... It's, for me, a large quantity of stuff is a pile of shit, right? Because it is random objects that maybe only I would care for. So, for example, in my shit pile, I can see knitting needles. In my shit pile, there is a weaving frame, there is some tables, a chair, although the chair and the nested tables are somewhat hard to spot, but I know that they're there and I can see a small, very small chunk of them to know that they're still alive in there. But for the most part, there's empty boxes, there's random things I bought that sucked. So didn't really have anywhere to put them, so I wanged them in my crap pile. And so, to a large extent, it is primarily a shit pile. But the things that don't encourage you then to work through your shit pile are the fact that, well, the bins only come every 2 weeks. So whether it's recycling or normal bins, they alternate. So you've got to do the right thing on the right day, otherwise you've got piles of rubbish and nowhere to put them. They won't take bin bags that are not in your bin, and it'll only really hold 3. And of course, well, I eat food and have a life, so I can fill those up. And I drink a lot of Diet Coke, so even though I squish all my bottles, they can take up a fair bit of space. And I've got quite a lot of cardboard, so even though I've got a cardboard cutty, electric cardboard cutty thing, and a box knife, because, well, why not? So I can hack and slash away at it. It doesn't tend to happen. So then, of course, the bins are not absolutely full. There's lots of air in there, but you're not getting in it to try and... because it's too tall to just get in it. So it is kind of one of those things is that kind of, once you reach a certain point, you almost can't handle it, because you can't deal, if I was to, I don't know, phone a friend and say, look, I really, 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 really need to do my shit pile. Please come around and talk to me and make me do my shit pile. Preferably help a bit, but, not compulsory. Talk to me, help me do my shit pile. We need to get to the floor. We need to clear it all out. Even if we did that, I can't put it out for the rubbish men because there's too much of it. Well, then, if there's too much of it, you don't want it hanging around the house, stroke the garage, stroke whatever, because, well, you generate enough rubbish generally, so it's just going to stay in there. And our local tip, you now need to book an appointment. So you can't just kind of have a clear out, wander down the tip, and chuck it. Because no, now you need to have booked it in advance. And, well, you never know when the mood is nice, so there's no point me saying, right, next Saturday I will book an appointment for 4 o'clock in the afternoon to fill my car up with bags of crap, and we'll, to take it down the tip and distribute according to rubbish types. Because you can guarantee that next Saturday I will be the least in the mood that I have ever been in about 6 months. Because you booked it. And so, of course, if you are in the mood, well, yes, you can fill the garage, but then if I have to go out, the dogs will distribute it around the garage. Which leads me to the state of the garage, which, well, frankly, is the same. For the reason being, I cleaned up a load of things. The garage had a little tiny, it was like 2 bags and a box worth of stuff, which the 2 puppies kindly distributed around the garage. And then they decided to destroy one of the dog beds, which turned out to be made of feathers. Do you know how hard it is to pick up basically a single mattress-sized amount's worth of feathers? So my garage looks a bit of a state. I have thought of doing one of those, pay people to come empty things. But they would judge. They would definitely judge because, well, even I judge. So even I judge my own garage. So that's not really a thing. So I'm kind of in a bit of a limbo because I almost can't get out of my problem without making more problems. And don't really want to be doing that. So I need to do my shit pile though. I believe... Well, I am aware that my shit pile is preying on my mind. Not that it bothers me because it's a shit pile. But it's preying on my mind because of the wasted space. I don't mind that it's a pile of stuff, because it's my pile of stuff. But it is a considerable pile. And so it kind of needs addressing, really. And I just don't really have the only time I ever feel domesticated, and I use the word in a fairly true form, is about 3 o'clock in the morning. I am not domesticated at 10 o'clock in the morning. At 10 o'clock in the morning, I am awake and intelligent, but I am not doing housework at 10 o'clock in the morning in any form. It's just not happening. If I'm going to wash and clean and tidy and do all of those joyous, happy events, it has basically got to be 3 o'clock in the morning. Because while I am not a night owl per se, it is the only time I feel domesticated. At 2 o'clock in the morning, my brain will go, hey, let's paint the kitchen. Doesn't do it during the day. Never has those ideas during the day. when, you know, painting kitchens would be good because the sun's out or whatever, and, you know, it'll dry quickly. No. Now, at 3 o'clock in the morning, my brain's going, yeah, let's, like, you know, move all the furniture and paint everything. Brain, can we not? You know, we should be going to bed, you know. No, I want to paint the kitchen. Being not overly domesticated, you'll not be too surprised to hear that the best time for me to clean my floors and scrub everything is 3 o'clock in the morning. Now, I have a detached house, so I can get away with, you know, vacuuming my house at 3 o'clock in the morning. But also, well, I'm often not awake at 3 o'clock in the morning, so my best domestication is when I'm asleep. Hence, I don't get around to it very often. I am useless. But, it's just as well it doesn't bother me. However, I do have a friend who is the polar opposite to me. She spends her entire life cleaning. But she never does anything else. And then moans because she's not had time to do anything. And there's a bit of me that sits there going, well, yesterday, I made a bookmark, or I knitted half a blanket, or you know, I sewed a load of things, or I wove 6 tea towels, and then I watched 3 films and had a snooze and walked the dog, you know, and she's kind of going, I don't have time for that. No, because I'm not doing the 7 bridge, because she's got dogs too, and she's got a laminate floor. Now, in my old house, I also had laminate floor for a number of rooms. So the dining room, the hallway were laminate. The sitting room had carpet. And the kitchen, bless the kitchen. The kitchen originally had the same stuff that I've got here, which is kind of like fuzzy felt, for those who are not British and old. Fuzzy felt basically was like this. So it's got a texture much like this. I don't know quite where I got this from. I didn't buy it. It came with something, which is why I find it amusing that there is a little strip missing from the corner. But fuzzy felt, it's kind of, well, feltish, but it's got like a waterproof backing. And this is what my kitchen floor seems to be made of, which is great because it means that if you wander down in the night to, you know, for dog things or whatever, the floor is not cold. It's like sitting on the toilet seat in the middle of winter. It's not cold. You can put your feet, you can put your cold feet on it because there is this minute element of fluff covering this kind of water backing lino rubbery stuff. Unfortunately, in my old house, I had this kind of green patternedy one, and I really did like it, mainly because it was not cold on the feet. Charlie ate it. He got bored one day and turned it into little strips and cubes. Underneath it, as it turned out, there were like stick-on lino tiles. But due to dogs slobbering out of water bowls, knocking over water bowls, etc., most of them came off. And underneath it was just raw chipboard. There wasn't anything underneath it other than raw chipboard. So the old kitchen looks really sorry for itself now. Because, well, it's got raw chipboard gaping holes in the tiles. Because the tiles had gone brittle, so then they started breaking. So they'd come up, break. It was like they were held down with Pritt stick, to be honest. Because when they came up, there was no sign of glue. And as we all know, Pritt stick is rather water soluble. So that was not a good plan. And I don't know quite what's under the one here, but I've basically got the same stuff here, which is great. That's not so great. Yes, it is. Arse. That's right, brain farts. And so, you know, I kind of would like the resiny, self-levelingly floor stuff here. Just because it's not too cold on the feet, but it's also non-slip and easy to clean and all the rest of it. But my friend, with her laminate floor, she had laminate floor probably almost about the same time I did. I didn't know her at the time. And every time her dogs came in from the garden, she'd bleach it. Now, you're not supposed to bleach laminate floor, but she'd bleach it. Well, eventually, the floor said, I cannot take no more sunning. So her parents bought her really nice, kind of expensive. She's got a small house. I mean, I don't mean it in a bad way, but she's got a small house. So it's a kitchen that leads out into the garden. Sorry, a sitting room that leads out into the garden and a kitchen. And that's it downstairs, right? And her sitting room is not vast. I mean, there's no time zones in it or anything. And her kitchen is not exactly, there isn't room for a table in her kitchen, so it's not a big kitchen either. So it's a little house, and it's a really nice little house. So, but I think it cost about £8 to put the flooring down. Of course, she's bleaching it, because every time her dog goes out and it's slightly wet or whatever and leaves a paw print, she doesn't just wipe off the paw print, she bleaches it. And it became kind of a bit of a meme, almost, right? And I remember one day, her son called and said, yeah, hey mum, can you come pick me up from work? Because he wasn't old enough to drive at the time. And I went, oh, I'll go. You know, bit of a break. I'll go. Save you the trouble. So I went and got him. And I was joking. And I said, you'll not believe how many times your mother's cleaned the floor today. And I said, when I left, there was a paw print on the floor. How much on that she's washed it? Thinking you'd go, nah, she'll leave it. She'll wait till you're not there. And it's like, no. When we got back, bear in mind I was out. I mean, I didn't even have to drive like quarter of a mile almost. It was a bit further than that, but it's literally straight down one road, wait, pick him up, bring him straight back. That was it, right? It was a very easy drive. To be honest, he could have walked it. But she bleached the floor. And, it was kind of like, gets up, bleaches the floor, takes dog for a walk, bleaches the floor. It's that kind of, I screwed that up, didn't I? It's how it seems to work. And so, she works in a school, or she used to work in a school, and she'd get like 6 weeks off in the summer. So she'd get up at like 4 o'clock in the morning, walk the dog for a couple of hours, come back, have breakfast, give them their breakfast, and then she'd go and have a really long bath. Then she'd start bleaching the floor, cleaning the house, take them out for another walk, come back, need to clean the house again because, well, they've been out now and they brought dirt back in. Then maybe she'd, cook them. She could then cook them their tea. And, I mean, naughty cow, you've got dogs. I feed my lot complete dog food. So, basically, you get a bag of the stuff. And all you have to do is, get an appropriate amount, put it in a bowl and go, ta-da, there you go, dog. Right? We like this level of food for the dog. And they quite enjoy it, so that's fun. She buys complete dog food, but then, she also buys frozen chicken. Got no problem with that. What I have a problem with is the actual distribution of the chicken. So, she gets the frozen chicken out, puts it in a bowl of water, puts it in the oven for like 2 hours. Yes, you did hear me right. 2 hours. In the meantime, she puts the complete dog food in a bowl with water, so it turns into like mushy gravy. Once the chicken is cooked, she takes it out of the water, takes it off the bone because she's usually bought chicken legs, chops up into bits, puts it in with the mush, formerly known as dog food, and feeds her dogs. And then wonders why all of her dogs have got bad teeth. Well, it's all mush. Where is the cleaning, chomping aspect of your dog food? But I've never known anyone who feeds complete dog food to mandatorily add chicken and stuff to it. Now, it's not that you can't. I mean, if you've got leftovers and, you know, you can put, you know, meat leftovers and veg leftovers, well, because of course you can. But according to her, everyone she knows does it. Well, it's like, well, except for me. And it just seems a really weird thing when you've got a dietarily complete substance in a bowl that you feel you then have to mess with that. Never understood that. That one's always puzzled me. But, you know, she then will take them out later again in the evening and have to clean the floor again. And she does this for like 6 weeks. Gets to the end and goes, oh, I didn't manage to achieve anything in my time off. Honey, you've just had 6 weeks off. Most of us people who work in an office are lucky to get a couple of weeks at best, and we have to fit in actual holiday and everything in a couple of weeks. You know, we don't even get 6 weeks off in a year, let alone the summer. It's always made me laugh, because, you know, oh, I don't know if I've got time for that. Darling, you've got 6 weeks off. You've got 6 weeks. You must have time. Tis the way of the world. But then I guess that's always true, is that how you do your life may not make sense to anyone else. So, you know, whatevs. We all have different priorities. And somewhere near the bottom of mine is tidying up. There are many things in the world that are more interesting, and as I said, because it doesn't bother me, it tends to get left. But I do feel I really ought to do something with it. It is a little out of hand, shall we call it. So what have you been up to recently, Bailey? Haven't spoken to you for ages. Sadly, that also sums up most life, does it not? I mean, it is one of those weird things. Is if you consider it, work takes up 1/3 of your work of your day, Monday to Friday, give or take, right? Assume you have a Monday to Friday job, but as a general rule, you work a 40-hour week, so 5 days a week, your job takes up 1/3 of that time. Never feels like 1/3. Never ever feels like 1/3, because of course, in general, 1/3 of your day every day is spent asleep. You're supposed to get 8 hours, so 1/3 of your day is spent asleep, which is why most of us skimp on the sleep bit, because we're trying to make up for the fact that, by the time you've got to and from work, well, that's extended their 1/3 into more than a third, so you tend to make up for it by not sleeping enough, and then wondering why you're tired. But we do this to ourselves. But you only spend like a third of, just over half your week at work. But it feels like it is the predominance of your time. I don't know how it does it. Because let's face it, nearly everyone who works for a living will agree that weekends go blink, blink, it's Monday. By the time you've done the shopping, the cleaning, the washing, the fixing of something, the all the rest of it, well, that's Saturday blown. Maybe some of Sunday, and, blink, fart, oh look, it's Sunday night, now you're depressed because it's work tomorrow, and then it's work, and you're like, how did I get here so fast? No work day ever passed that fast. The only time work days pass fast is when you're really struggling to achieve a deadline. If you're really struggling to achieve a deadline, your working day is the shortest thing in living history. So if you must do this by, say, Thursday, Monday will drag, Tuesday not so much, Wednesday disappears in a puff of logic, and Thursday, did even Thursday try? I mean... Stick you. You look a bit short. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Stick! Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We will stick you. You are incredibly short, so we will do that. You're short. You're short. You're short. That's a bit better. You two are short, but you're easy short. Just pull. Stick for you for a minute to keep you out the way. But now get out of there. Come on. You can tuck up under there. Get some of you out to play. 1, 2, 3, 4. In here because we're done with you, and we borrow you. Saw that? You two can have an elastic band if I can pick one up. That's 2. One's gone for a leap of the floor. Don't know where that one went. I'll find it later. Like all the pins, to find them later. Now, you are not. You can wait. I don't know which. Let's put you in there for now. Saw that. Just being stupid. Bad bobbin. You also can get an elastic band. For the tolerances of bad bobbins today is small. Therefore, you get to have an elastic band and be not a pain no more. Just a bit more. A bit more. Okay. Ah. You're thinking about it. Give you a chance. Now I need you two for a minute because I can't tell if you are crossed. Like that. You need to be longer. Get in there, people, get in there. Sounds like someone's spitting in. It said. So, we're not doing too bad. Not doing too bad. We need to, however, find one of my pokey tools and play pokey pin. Oh, that's coming. Where are you? Right. So, I'm going to pull a few extra pins out because we're getting to that point where we don't need a number of the pins. Yes. It's a bit baggy. Yeah. Whatever. But it doesn't look wrong. That is the most important criteria. Well, it hasn't screamed wrong at me. That doesn't mean there aren't mistakes, of course. For mistakes are only truly visible once you put them up on the internet as a picture. While you're making it and still viewing it in real life, there is nothing wrong with it. That's the way of the world. I really want to push these pins down or something. Try and remember what I did for the other quarter, to be honest. I know I left these in. I don't remember leaving all of these in. Anyway, you can travel upwards over there for a minute because it's going to get a bit crowded round here. You need to come round like this. live over there a bit. And you, the final stretch. So. What we will do, as it's not even 4 o'clock yet, assuming I do not make any great faux pas and we get to the end of this in a reasonable time frame, we will see if we cannot do more stroke finish the pink Pico bookmark of doom, for we all know how much I love picos. Because I am dying to see how many of them have worked, if you know what I mean. I have pulled some pins out. And so some have worked and some have not. Yeah, I swear I did them all the same. I didn't twist it. Oh, you arsehole. Fortunately, I don't have to go back too far on this occasion. But still, principles are principles. Go back and fix, because I spotted it in time. I saw that bobbin. And for your sins, here is your boot of shame. Bit of shame. Where did that go? The fuck? I had one. I went to put it on my thing and it disappeared. I don't know where that went. Anyway. Take out pin. Back. To be honest, this is a section I forever am managing to make an issue where I forget to cross the bobbins coming out the cloth stitch. So, you know, one mistake caught is one less to be staring at later. I would try knitting some puff things on stream, but there's definitely no way that I'm going to be good for that, because I tend to knit on the end of my nose, and so you're not going to be able to see what I'm doing. So we can go for pink bookmark. You just lost your right to freedom. Beautiful shame for you. Twitchy eyes off again. More freedom boots. I know we've not got many more bobbins to go, but if you're going to be an arse, you lose your freedom and get a boot. I do know that the rolling around doesn't help them, but it's a requirement of the job, so... we shall pivot to doing downward lines because they're shorter. I saw that. There. Oh. Something's not right here. So let's have a look. Right, you up there. So we twist you. You two are done. And you lost your right to freedom. You can have a boot. Even, oh, for Christ's sake. Now there's another elastic band somewhere around my floor. Problem is the elastic bands are very similar in colour to my floor. So they do merge in pretty well. You two are done. I cannot see a single one. Oops, that was my soundbar going for a walk. Let me go rescue that. Don't know why it decided to fall off, but it did. Hang on. Oh, for goodness sake! You're flat objects on a flat surface. It really isn't that hard. You know? Really, really isn't. Oh, for goodness sake, what fell off the front? Oh, my drink. Well, that was good of it. Thanks for that, monitor. And my scissors, excellent. Well, most of a pint of Coke just went in my pale ass carpet. That's going to help. That's going to take a bit more effort. So, given that I need to do a bit more effort, put that over there so I don't make more havoc. Let me go over here, go here, go here, go there. Right, we all know how well this didn't work before, but I'm gonna throw up the be right back sign as I've got to go and get my patch cleaner thing and find a method of oh, there's a plug socket. I'm gonna have to clean this up and get some more drink. So I'm going to be a couple of minutes, hopefully not too long. In the meantime, you get to play words on stream. Just type the words that you think are the guesses in the stream, and it will take them. If it gets stuck, shout, because although I've set it to automatic, streamer doesn't need to do anything. Well, before it will start, I've got to click a button. Well, then it's not automatic, is it? And if it fails, I don't know if it retries or whatever. So if it gets stuck, shout me. I shall be right back in a really short period of time, hopefully. Bailey, you're way better at that than I ever will be. As a dyslexic, I suck at that. I see words, but that's not how I'd spell them, or I suck. I quite often I see literally nothing, and yeah, you know, so I do struggle with those a lot, but it is a bit of fun for you guys to do. Should I need to, well, clean half a carpet of, because as explained, because of the colour of my carpet, which is the beige, just like this, just like, well, frankly, everything in my house. No, it doesn't. And I know that for some people that's really helpful. But just as you're picking out letters going, right, well, if I can spell, I've got one of those, and then they move it all and you got to start all over again. So I'm with you on the moving thing. But, you know, some people like it moving because it helps them see other words. For me, it just gets on my nerves because it's bad enough that they're all jumbled up in the first place. If they gave you a long word, so if they, like the last one, if they'd given you the word annoying and the plan was find as many other words that you can make from the word annoying, my brain would probably have a lot more chance. Because you're sitting there going, I've got a word, I can see how the letters are used, and you've got usually a shortening of the longer word, you've got a couple of kind of starter points, whereas, you know, a sneeze full of letters is just a sneeze full of letters for me, and I really struggle with it. So, you know, I don't expect miracles of anybody, because, well, I can't do it. But, as I say, gives you all something to do when I'm not here. And I'm doing dog things or rescuing carpets. Because, of course, the coat landed right where my feet normally are. So, it's not the cleanest bit of carpet, because that's where my feet go and where the dog feet go. And, well, yeah, that was bad. That was ugly. That was bad. The sludge that came out of that was truly horrendous. But it is looking better now, so it hasn't got a pint of Coke in it, and I've got a fresh pint of Coke, because, well, I need a drink. Well, this is it. As I said earlier, it's the cleanest dirt in the world, but because it still doesn't look clean. The water did not run clear, I need to point that out, but it is no longer looking like I've wet myself, so that is always a bonus, because of course it's exactly underneath where I sit. It is, to be honest. Coke will clean a lot of things. Between Coke, vinegar and a bit of baking powder, bicarbonate soda rather, you really can clean the world. You can do a lot with that. But it's clearly one of those days where I put things down and, you know, flat things on flat surfaces fall off. Because what happens is I've got a monitor on a swing arm. Now, the swing was not important. The ability to raise, lower, and marginally adjust, so tilt it a little bit maybe, etc. was. Unfortunately, the only thing you cannot adjust the resistance on is the swing. So if I move my table, the monitor tends to move. Now normally it doesn't move a lot, but because my soundbar had made a bid for freedom off the back, which of course, you know, I'd love to screw onto the table, but you know, not an option. Although hot gluing it down right now really feels quite a good idea. So I moved the table, and I think I know why the hotbar made a bit of a bid for freedom, because it's got a fairly short cable, and obviously the width of this between me, my computer in it, and then if I move my table a bit, it's a bit under pressure. But it took a bit off the back so and tumbled to the floor. So I wanted to pick that up before the dog, chewed it or something. So I moved my table. In doing that, as I walked round, my tub of Vaseline that I keep to hand for my lips took a fight for freedom. So that was me yelling, well, flat surfaces and all the rest of it. And then, of course, as I moved it a bit for that, even though a pint of Coke is, I won't say heavy, but it's, it's not fair. It's not like the cup was almost empty. It was over half full. The weight of my 32-inch monitor on a swing arm, I didn't even feel the breeze of that as it knocked it clean on the floor. Such is life. My problem is because I won't say I appreciate fish. Well, I appreciate efficiency. So for me to work during my working day in optimum efficiency, I sit basically where I'm sitting now, and have things around me. And I have my personal PC because, well, audio books, whatever, in the background. So I'm kind of sitting on my couch. There's a table there. There's this here and, well, shit pile over there. And so everything I want generally is to hand. Well, this means I've got piles of things all over the place because I've got a pile of this and a pile of that and, some of these and one of those and a bunch of this and some of the other. And basically, it looks like a total mess. It's technically not a load of mess, it's piles of things. But to the untrained eye, it kind of is a pile of mess. And, well, these piles are not exactly stable. Well, they're not unstable, because the things I want, I know exactly where they are, and I can go to the pile, lift off all the offending items, pick out the one I want and put them back. But of course, should, structural integrity failure occur, things do go south really quite quickly, because then piles merge and, well, that's disastrous and all of those kind of things. So, hence I really ought to do something with some of the piles, because some of the piles are non-essential, which is why they're further away. But at the same time, I do have stuff that I'm sure my British friends here will happily agree. British houses are not designed to store anything. The rooms, especially in modern houses, are not that big. So if you put storage in them, it scares the living crap out of you, and as the dog, claws through your face to get to go and see what it was. Yeah, we've had a few of those. Fortunately, most of my piles are fairly structurally stable. But what happens is dog walks past, which generally they don't at night because, well, if nothing else, in here the door is shut, so they can't get in here. But we've had a few we had, I mentioned I drink a lot of Coke. Well, hello, I've already thrown half of it on the floor. I get through a number of Coke bottles, but I don't have a recycle bin, or a bin that I've dedicated to recycle, whichever way you want to phrase it, in the kitchen. So I make a pile of bottles, and they live right next to the fridge, where the bottles are stored, obviously, well, the bottle is coming from. They're not stored there because I can't fill all my bottles in there at once. And then they go to the recycling pile. And while I scrunch them all down, occasionally we do have integrity failure on the bottle pile. And as you say, that usually is 3 o'clock in the morning, and one will make a leap for freedom onto the kitchen floor. Now, it doesn't get very far, but at the same time, the rather enthusiastic dog who wants to go and protect the world, which, you know, is a highly recommended feature of dog. I don't disagree with that as a feature. I do when it has to claw through my face for it. This is not. I consider this to be a bug. Dog clawing face is less appreciated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I could do without that. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think they've got used to it, so they are a lot less reactive than they used to be. I am not, however. So if I'm sitting here at night and it's, 2 o'clock in the morning because it's a weekend or something, and I'm, busy doing kind of something, and, and I hear, I live on my own. The 2 dogs are with me. What the hell, And they kind of look up at me going, what? Didn't you hear that? And they're kind of going, no. Miserable animals. Mind you, in my old house, when I was still married, we were lying in bed one day. It was late one night, and we weren't talking, we were sort of just about trying to go to sleep, so there was silence in the room. And we heard the back gate, and it was like, Trev, off you go, back gate's open. So Trev went down and shut it. He got back, bear in mind he was sans clothes when he went, and Trev is not to be mistaken for Mr. Universe. Oh, shut up, Amy. So we went out, shut the gate, came back in. Only went again 2 minutes later. Someone had actually been in the back garden and he'd just locked him in. But more recently, I don't know what it is about that back garden. People obviously like mooching in my old back garden because someone was around there a couple of weeks ago, mooching in my old back garden. Just as apparently someone yesterday was round taking photos of it. Oh, I don't know why they're taking photos of my house, because it's not up for sale, so bugger off, leave it alone. I do have a neighbour next to my old house who is pushing her luck. She doesn't live in her house either. Someone rents her house. And due to the way British Gardens work, for those who do not know, in British Gardens, if there is a wall between 2 houses, it's either joint owned or owned by one side, generally the side who got the nice side. And my old house, the only fence that I own is the one at the bottom of the garden. Oh, Amazon man, hang on, it's got batteries in it. Hey! Dog, come on, come on. Give them instructions not to put shit through the letterbox. So he puts it through the letterbox and then gets really upset because the dog's trying to eat it. Well, that's why I've said don't put it in the letterbox. She says, adding to her shit pile immediately and going, I really need to stop doing that. So my batteries have arrived. But so she both mine. The neighbour from the front of my house to the left is a really nice lady, and she moved in and she wanted to change the fence. As is, you're right, it's your house. You can change your fence because it's not mine. And she wrote to me saying, I want to change the fence. And I kind of went, that's nice for you. And she kind of went, well, is it not a shared fence? And I went, nope, not on my deeds, it's not. Okay. Lady who lives to the right of my house, who's technically in a completely different road, also did I want to change my fence. It's a shared fence. No, it's not. Well, according to my deeds it is. Well, according to my deeds, and I've shown other people, no, it's not. And she got a little bit arsey, even though I said I would make a contribution. It wasn't a very big contribution, but I made a contribution, which I am not obliged to do. But she was like, well, you've got to get rid of all of the trees and the plants down that side of the garden. No, I don't. First of all, my garden. Secondly, no, I don't. Thirdly, if it is specifically overhanging your garden by law, you're entitled to trim it. Anyway, she was complaining about the ivy. Now, historically, the ivy came from her garden. And I tried a lot to get rid of the ivy in my garden. And it just wouldn't die, because I even had a guy come with, almost napalm. It was special industrial weed killer that you had to wear super protective clothing that you almost look like a hazmat suit in, because it eats through even that in seconds, right? This stuff was so caustic and toxic that, it didn't even touch it. Not one leaf wilted as a result. To the point that, having paid 600 quid for him to spray basically half the garden with it, he felt really, really bad, because, this is industrial weed killer. It is supposed to clear off all of this stuff. So he paid for round 2 out of his own pocket, thinking maybe there was something wrong with the first batch, or he did something wrong. So, because even though he was trained in doing it, maybe it was the weather, maybe it was, lots of maybes. So to remove any doubt, he did round 2. Still didn't touch it. And we just kind of went, oh, we'll have to stay then. But of course, Missy's house on the right has decided now that it's my ivy, even though it came from her garden. And I got a message a couple of weeks ago. Your tree out the front. So the tree out the front has been there since before I moved in. Tree out the front is preventing us from parking. Darling, that's like a 8-9 foot brick wall. If you can't park the other side of the brick wall because of a tree, well, A, you're entitled to trim it. B, I'm not getting rid of all of the plants in my garden to suit you. I may not live there, but at the same time, I don't have to. It's wrong to be asking someone to completely devoid their garden of plants because you don't happen to like them. I do appreciate that as I'm not living there, it bothers me less. But at the same time, one day I will have to sell it. One day, maybe, maybe I'll put it up for rent too. I'm not going to entirely run that house just to suit her. And she's not very impressed. To the point, somebody keeps reporting that there are rats. Well, there are no rats. And the rat man, who comes from the council, comes along and every time lets me know very kindly that, somebody's reported rats again. And once again, he has found no sign of rats. because there are no rats. There's nowhere for them to live. Next door to the left, we've got decking. Could be under there, but that's not my house. And if Mrs. House on the left has got decking, well, maybe she's got rats. But that house does not have rats. It's never had rats. It's had hedgehogs living under the shed, but it's never had rats. And to be honest, the hedgehogs I don't think lived there. They just tried to mate there, I think was more accurate. But they were there a fair bit at mating season. The same weekend I got moaning about, your ivy's growing back, that, your tree's blocking us from parking. Someone reported to the police that, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 people had been seen mooching round my back garden. Man and a woman. Well, it wasn't me. My neighbour to the right thought that must have been me, and when I told her no, it wasn't, oh, I assumed it was you. I went, nope, I've got I do have a Mini, but no bloke, and I haven't been out the house, so it's not me. Anyway, she reported to me yesterday that this guy had been around taking photos. Now, I do think he is the Rat Man, but he might not be the Rat Man. He might just be somebody else, like, next door Mrs. on the right's dad, for all I know. Because he was not a young gentleman, but then nor is the Rat Man, so, but it is getting a tad tiring. Constant, kind of like, you need to do this. No, I don't. Oh, for fuck's sake. Now my knitting needles have gone for a bunk. How is it, as I say, flat things on a flat surface and they leap off? I mean, seriously, they're like 6 inches long. You wouldn't think that they could leap when they're very firmly on something that's like 5.5 inches wide. You wouldn't think that they would leap off in a hurry. All right, now let's try again. I was trying to get you. No, I was trying to pick up you. There we go. So let's put a few more of you down. Now, we want to poke most of you down. Let's pick you out the way for a minute. Like that, and you, so that's a bit more visibility. Last square, we left the pins in, because we found that these particular shapes are very prone to misshaping when you come to turn the corner. You cover them with a cloth, you don't see that they then pull out of shape. So we're leaving those in, which is why I'm pushing those down, not pulling them out. Just because it really is a problem. Now, I can't remember what I did for the last quarter, so now I can peel back the last quarter. I think I left 3. Yeah, I left... Well, I didn't actually. Quite a few of you can now come out like this. Now, I do have a magic pin lifter, but thumbnails are still really good for that. especially as we're not doing that many. But for example, all of these could now come out because they were there to hold still while we made these. So I am in fact going to do that because it's less to pull out when we get to the other end. When we get to the end, we don't really want... No, that's not it. There is. Don't really want too many in the thing because it takes a while to... As I say, fingernails generally are quite good. But I now have purchased a pin lifter. But as the warnings that most lace makers will give you is that the pin lifters, because of the shape, which is this little U shape, if you trap the thread as you pull, it'll cut through it, which of course is definitely not what you want. You just spent days making the insert, whatever. The last thing you really want is for it to be chopping the threads. So thumb and fingernails are generally quite effective because, well, they just are. So if we go back and we pull these, the ones that I haven't undone are the ones at the beginning of the triangle, because obviously we want those for the end when we get to the tying the knots scenario. We can pull these out before we forget. No, I want you. I appreciate this is possibly not the most interesting part of watching me making lace, but it is an essential part of the process. So, and of course it is once you've pulled the pins that you discover how much you've screwed up. So, makes my arms ache. I'm not used to being held up to do that for some reason. Geese are off. Sounds more like an old wheelbarrow, to be honest. So, now we decide how many of these I'm pulling. Pretty sure I pulled them last time. In fact, hey Kimber, why don't you look at the photo you took last time? Because that'll tell you what you did. Stupid woman. Yeah, I pulled them. Right, so let's continue pulling because, well, that worked pretty well last time, so we will continue with that. But because these are all up, it's a lot easier to pull these because, well, they're already up. All you have to do is grab them by the handful and give them a yank. Except for the last ones, which you want to leave in because they're holding it all together. Got 1 minute I've pulled out, 1 2 minutes in. Because they lean, it can make it harder to be sure. So for example, this pin looks to be in the front row, but it's not. It's this one that's at a jaunty angle. All of them can go. And you too. Alright, and then we can take a big bunch of you. Once we've extracted loads of threads from you, because this is why exactly we want to take them out of here, because tangly, 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 tangle. Because that's just what threads do. They find pins and go, yay, party! Out as many as we can, or push down the ones that we're keeping, because that really helps. Right, there we go. Let's take a picture of our triangle and discover all the mistakes that we have made, because that is how it works. Take a good picture of the triangle. There we go. Now put the lid on the pins before I manage to throw them on the floor. Right. Now. Yeah, I'm ready for that. Didn't twist those ones. So, you can go up there like this. this can come out because we need to move it around to cover half that we've done, because we've done half now. It's hidden underneath all of these bobbins here. If I do that, ta-da! We have half a square. Go me. Right. Hence all of these are still in because we want them to keep their shape. This looks a little distorted though. Have you noticed? If you look here, you can see it's bowed in. Right. Which means that it didn't work so well. Pulling the pins out. Arse. Maybe next time I'll keep to the 3 rows of pins. So let's put this down and lift up a couple of packs of bobbins. Slide this underneath and move you around a little bit to get you in, so that helps with the not catching on all of the pins shenanigans that these things love to do. So we put this down here, and we try and make this flat so that it kind of lies along the pins. Now of course it's not a perfectly flat edge, but try to make it lie flat, if nothing else, just because that helps. Put that in there like that. And now you can go over there, that end, and we find our 50,000 cloths that we took out of Rory's face because he was lying on them, and we cover our because we have done with the triangle. It's 5 o'clock. We shall do a little bit of bookmark. So we shall put the May cloths of protection down, because that's what we do. It's the next one. And we can put down these like this, so that is all safe and secure under there. And then we grab Green Meanie and we put Green Meanie on top. And we shove the pin in there because we need it out of the way. We have things to change, so we're not working on that anymore. We are we change the title of the stream so that people are not confused. Now, as you can see, I have taken out some of the pins, and clearly some of the picos are a little bit scrappier than others, but we are trying. It all counts, right? We're doing our best. Whether it's good enough or not is a whole new ball game, but we're doing our best. I'm not going to kick the word thing in. I just want to do something slightly off camera. 1 second. There you go. Slightly better view of thing. I've taken out the pillow from underneath it, so that you can... that's it, falling off the table, because the table's not in the middle. There we go. Right. Let's see. Where were we at? I am making a really boring bookmark, I will admit, in part because we are only practicing the picos at the edge, not the bit in the middle. So the bit in the middle is, frankly, quite boring. But to be honest, that's not a bad thing, because obviously if you try and do too much at one time, you're not really practicing the thing that you're practicing. You're concentrating on other things, so we're keeping it fairly straightforward. Release the bobbins. And stay while I retract. I saw that, trying to help me make sure I muddle up my bobbins. You go in there like that. You go on the end. Right, let's have some Coke. Why is... Oh, I know why. Because I pulled on that, because of course there's nothing to... So that means I would do better. Scrunch all my bobbins down a bit a second, so I can get at this. To turn you round and put a couple of pins back in the top, because you are not staying in the right places, because the threads that run down here literally just run down. They don't twist or do anything exciting along the way. As a result of which, of course, it means that if you pull on them, well, it distorts it out of shape. So I'm just going to put a couple of pins back in to assist with keeping it in place. Now, that top pico really is a travesty. Even though I remember twisting it an awful lot. Let's put you in. Work out where everybody goes. Let's just fall on. The thing underneath is the same size almost as the bits of wood that support this pillow, and I need to move over a little bit to the right to be a bit more in front of it and not sit on the tennis ball in my pocket. I really want a pin, thank you. Something about you in there. And then one more. Should have left the edge ones in. Didn't think about it properly. You're a travesty as well. You go in there. The rest will work out pretty much. They're alright. Now, of course, you've got caught in a pin because, hey, you're a thread, that's what you do. You have also done some shenanigans, and I'm not sure what you've done. You need to come. There we go. Now I think everyone's back to normal. Of course I can't see them, so I don't really know. You two are twisted somehow. You are actually a pin, you shouldn't be. sake. What do you lot have done? You look like you should have been to the point. I really do think you should have been. There's only two of you, and that can't be right. You? Which I think is why you look like you need a pen. I think you jumped the pen. So, use the side, use the side. Everybody else looks like they got away with it. You two need a pin. Like that. More Coke. Blanket. Gives me a bit more space. Alright. So don't need to worry about you just yet. Of course you can both. Let's push you round because we don't need you for a minute. And we go all the way back to the middle, which is kind of over here. Next thread out. Getting a bit of backache and a headache. This is why I had to put the pins back in at the top, because obviously as you tension these, it's pulling on it. So, right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We do shenanigans. We put the pin in. We give it a tweak, and this goes around the edge, and this comes down, and then we go back again. Done. All of you. So we've done all of you for this row. Slidey, slidey. Of course, the obvious answer is to stop sliding them around and to work in a diagonal. But, well, where's the fun in that? Where is the fun in that? Trying to decide exactly where the middle is, though. was that? Where's my phone? Oh, there it is. Wondered why it pinged at me. Ooh, that's that started. Excellent. Let me just fire up my browser and go to the thing and make it bigger because clearly it's not big enough. Now, part of the reason we don't go all the way to the bottom is because of the angle of the roller. So I have to now kind of go and do this on the other side. But we will kind of go and do this on the other side. Just calculations in progress, you know how it can be. Right. First time I've done that, actually. itches. No, that's not the thing I want. So we are mostly now set up to complete all the picos down this side. There are passives. Here's the pair that needs to meet up. Now, this is going to seem a bit weird because I need to... This kind of gets complicated because I need to lose pairs as it comes in vertically. And normally in torsion, for example, if this was torsion, it would get to the edge and stop. But because we're doing picos, it needs to go to the edge and back. So we have to do shenanigans. And to be honest, the shenanigans is not pleasant. So I'm going to do my best with this, but bear in mind we're here to practice the picos and not the edges. I would like the edges to be, you know, tolerable, but if they are not, well, so be it. So this one has to go out. One, two, three, four, five, six. not, as the case may be. Try that again. You go in that hole and try not to come off the pin. You need to go. That doesn't seem to go around the right way somehow. Let's do that again then. You go round. You seem to be going round the other way. It's just not the first pico of the day, so it shouldn't be this hard, but for some reason my brain is well, frying slightly at the edges. If you go around that way, yeah. Now you could do it that way. Maybe that's what I've been doing wrong, and that is supposed to go that way. And what we need to do now is you go in here like this, like that. You now travel through the 3 pairs. Right. You get to go back up there. That pico is going to be the epitome of awful, but that's fine because we don't like them. I actually really feel that we ought to tie these off now, not later. to type at something. Bobbin's made a leap for freedom by the sounds of it. I'm worried by the ones that have dropped off. I hope I'll find them all. Just going to do the other side a bit now. Bit weird. of this one, about, I don't know, half an hour, of the actual, of the net curtain, hang on, 12.5 months, give or take a bit. And then I've got to work out how I'm joining them together. So for the squares, yeah, about 12.5 months, I reckon. Give or take a bit. Yeah, basically. This is why things like doing this bookmark and knitting puffs are a thing, because basically doing the same for best part of 18 months is well, a little repetitive and well, much as I can clearly do dull repetitive shit, I mean, that's exactly what lace making technically is, as well as knitting and many other things. You need different dull repetitive stuff to do. It is somewhat brain rotting in a way, because there are 72 triangles and they are identical triangles. So it's not like, I mean, they're not even in different colours. I'm not changing any of the stitches. It can be a bit much. So hence other excursions into worlds such as this. I swear most of these picos are shit, but I thought I'd give them another go. Because A, I had the pink left on my bobbins, and B, why not? So, for example, Bailey, one of the excursions we did recently was into a style of lace called Flanders, which is from Belgium. And I don't know what you think about lace, but to me, certainly, lace is a light, delicate, fragile even piece of cloth. Here's how fragile and delicate this is. Bear in mind, I'm not exactly supporting it. It doesn't really wilt. It's a bit solid. In like this style of lace and the one I was doing earlier, every pinhole is where two pairs of bobbins meet. In this one, it's 4 pairs of bobbins. So it basically is a lot more effort. Hello, Mega Sweet. Nice to meet you. Yes. I've been around for a little while now. As per the diagram in the top right-hand corner, I'm generally making triangles and squares. For I have a big project that I am working on. This is a diversionary project, as was this that I was waving around. Because, well, 72 identical triangles does get a tad repetitive. So it's good to go off and do something else. And in this particular situation, I am taking on my nemesis, which are picos. I utterly suck at picos. I don't like picos. I think picos look stupid. They just look like pinholes that went wrong. And I can't get over that. They just look like pinholes that went wrong. So with that in mind, such is life. And I am kind of wondering where the hell I'm supposed to be going next, because it kind of looks wrong, but I know it's not, but it could be, if you know what I mean. So whatever happens, you two need to meet. And I need a pin, so I shall steal your pin. And you can go in there. Now, you go out to the edge. Like this. And we try and scoot you a little bit. I've almost lost the care as to whether these picos are actually right or not. Because, as I said, I don't actually like picos. So, but I watch lots of videos, and I'm trying, is the short answer. I am trying to do them right. Carried away there. For now we have 6. That's fine. Because I'm about to go inwards, so that's what I expect. So, pen. So, Mega Sweet, do you do lace bobbin work? Now it worked out really well the other side. Why have I... Well, this is the beauty of the project in the top right hand corner, which is going to be a net curtain. That one is for me. A little like... to be honest, I am very much with you on the what is the point of a hobby that you would not use yourself. And as someone who is not into lace per se, in that I wouldn't wear it, I don't generally have it in my house, I don't need it on anything, want it on anything. In fact, pretty much everything I have is plain, so it's a pretty stupid hobby, really, frankly. You're not wrong, because it really truly is. But this is where I find myself. So I'm trying to work out how I've screwed up. Because technically I must have screwed up. But I don't think I have. And I'm trying to work out how I'm going to make this work. Because the other side just went really, really well. No, I did the same on the other side. Okay. That's right. Just looks different. So yes, it is a kind of pointless hobby. It is a stupid hobby, as I'm not really into lace. I enjoy making it. Well, one of the things that part of the reason I am here making picos, which are the bits at the edge, part of the reason I am trying other things is because, well, why not? You learn something, you understand better, and I enjoy learning things. What I am finding is that I enjoy making lace because I enjoy the challenge of trying to do it. I enjoy a brief look at the finished item, but I have no need for it. Now, this is a bookmark. Now, you might think, well, you can use a bookmark. I read on a Kindle. So, realistically, a lot of these things are pointless. Now, with at least bookmarks, you can give them to people because nearly most people at some point will use a book, whether it's for kitchen recipes, whether, they will use, potentially, a bookmark. I don't even have art on my wall, so I can't even, make something and claim it in the name of art, right? So... it really is a stupid hobby for me. But if I enjoy making it and it keeps me busy and my brain active and everything else, then it is doing no harm, which is arguably a good point. I used to spend a lot of time, and when I say a lot of time, I'm talking on a day such as today, which is a non-working day for me, I would easily spend 20 hours playing EverQuest. Now, I enjoyed it. It didn't do anyone any harm. But 20 hours a day... Now, did she crochet them or did she bobbin lace them? Because most of them are crocheted. But I woke up one day realising that should I have an imminent, unfortunate accident and be no more, what was going to be on my tombstone? Here, Sony owns my noughts and ones, because Sony owned it at the time. And my brain said, you really ought to do something a little bit more physical with some of your spare time. And so at the time, it took up crochet. It had never done crochet, and it went, hey, I want to do crochet. So we learned to crochet, and I enjoy crochet. Since then, it's had many other hey, I want tos, and we have. So I have learnt to spin, I've learnt to weave. I could already knit, but apparently wrongly, thanks to my mother. So I've learnt to knit properly now, and I can both throw and pick knit, so great. And in fact, I can knit left-handed should the need arise. I have learnt double knitting, which I quite like. And my brain woke up, end of last year, kind of went, I want to do bobbin lace. And it's like, brain, you haven't touched that since you were a child. You did 3 strips as a child. They were shit. Let's not pretend here. They were pretty crap. They had no purpose. There was no finishing edge. Well, my brain's had this curtain fixation. So ever since I learnt to double knit, it's wanted to do in thread that is really even fine by crochet standards. It wanted to knit in that, so I'd need like 1mm knitting needles. What I term 3-panel window. So in the UK, most windows are very rectangular, and for example, in my sitting room here, I have a 3-panel window, so you have 2 opening ones at the end and a fixed one in the middle that doesn't open, right? And it wanted to make a double knitted cover for that in my bedroom, because I have the same size windows in my bedroom. And it banged on about it for months, but I worked out there were going to be thousands of stitches in a given row. So, on a day like today, where maybe I've got the most time in the week, I might make a row out of it. And quite often, say during the working week, I would not even complete 1 row per day. And so I told my brain to go shove it, because, well, frankly, no. Just no. That's... it would look very pretty, brain, thank you very much, but no. No, I'm not prepared for that level of commitment. I'm not going to be 106 and still making it, right? So it's been banging on about curtains, and because I never made it. And when I tried to think of something lacy that I would actually use. So the original, this is not my current project. My current project are these squares. So I'm making 18 of these. They are, and I have 5 in my little pot so far, with half of one now done for number 6. That's right, trying to put the lid on the wrong way around, because of course it looks square, but it's not. So, I decided that although the original square theory resulted in a tablecloth, I liked the idea of the squares, but I didn't like the stitches used. So I muddled about a bit, came up with the square that you've just seen. And I'm going to join them together and call it a net curtain for a single window. Just because, right? The thought of doing a 3-window set, it would be horrendous, because, well, it's already going to take probably 18 months to make. So I am not doing 3 windows. It's not a thing. And I can't think of anything else I'd use. I could only think of a net curtain, and I haven't exactly got many small windows I can put it in. I mean, I've got a double window in my bathroom, but you wouldn't really want one in a bathroom, but I've got a double window in my bathroom. I've got a single window, I think, in the main bathroom, but literally nobody ever goes in there. I've got a single one in the downstairs toilet, but it's also got the frosted rippled windows, so it'd be a bit weird. Got a double window in my study that I don't sit in. That could be worth it, but that's a double window. You know, do you really want to commit 3 years to making a bit of like net curtain? So the single one at the top of my stairs, which is the target window of choice, it is the plan. Once I've completed that, I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do with myself. Because I will have spent a long time making said net curtain. Now my brain is already going, I want to do one in one piece. Now the number of bobbins to do the squares, so bear in mind they're like 5 1/4 inches, and you only make them in triangles, so you only ever really make a maximum of half the width of the square, is, I think it's 46 pairs of bobbins or something. Well, if 2 1/4 inches is 46 pairs of bobbins, logic dictates that if you are making even a 18 to 20 inch net curtain, well, that's the best part of, you know, I don't know, 450 plus bobbins, right? That's a heck of a lot of bobbins. And bobbins like to fight with pins. Bobbins like to fight with each other. I've got a pillow I could make it on, but... Well, this is why I chose to make it in squares. Because you make a triangle, you make another triangle, you make another triangle. When you get to the end of the 4th triangle, you join them to the start, and now you call it a square. And so you make something quite tangible. And it takes about a week, it seems, to make a triangle. So each day you see it grow, because the sections on it... hang on, let me explain the sections. Hang on. When you make it, let me turn it around from my perspective. So you start here and you work through this triangle here. So you start at the top, you get wider, and then you taper down to the bottom. So this is a section, this cloth stitch bit here is a section, this chunk of rose ground is a section. So each little bit is kind of a section. Now obviously the cloth stitch section's really tiny, but what it does mean is that, you know, let's say day 1 you manage to do that, and that. Great. Day 2 you do that, and the top half of that because it was a short day. Then you do, say, that and that. Well, each day you see a noticeable lump grow on what you're making. Once you get to the end of the triangle, you turn it round and you start again. You make this one, and then you make this one, then you make this one, and you join them up together to form the square. So because you... And at the end of the square, you go, I have made a square, and I have made the following mistakes, and then you point them all out. But it does mean that you have that brain dopamine hit of finishing something, seeing it grow. Much like the saying no to the... Well, you have to, really, because, for example, if you think of the double knitted kind of mural my brain wanted to make, if I've got 3,000 stitches in a row, maybe more, and you do 500 stitches, you're not even going to feel that. Even if you spend all day and you manage to do one row, you're not going to feel that. And it becomes demoralising. It's like trying to lose weight. You know, unless you're really, really big and you can lose, you know, some of them, if you've ever watched the My 600 Pound Life stuff, some of them have lost like 150 pounds in 2 months. Because they had it to lose. Because they were so vastly overeating that even if they didn't really follow the diet plan, even if they only got remotely close to the diet plan, they would lose weight hand over fist. Whereas for us, more normaler sized people, if you want to lose 10 pounds, it's a lot of effort. It takes, you don't see it happen quickly. You don't wake up at the end of the week and go, oh, I'm 10 pounds less, hurrah. Not unless you're ill, usually, right? It doesn't work like that. And so, because it takes so long, because it is a tiny, tiny progress, you have to kind of hack the dopamine. And so by doing it in squares, by doing triangles, by doing the chunks in the triangles, you are working on a ton of really small things. But each one you do, you can see makes a difference. And so from that point of view, it is a good thing. It helps. Well, it is. I can also tell you that chemotherapy is a frigging good way to lose weight. I could lose 2 kilos a day, mainly because hospital food sucks donkey balls, and puking your guts up. You know, between the two, nothing's in there. You're not getting anything of any, nutrition in the first place, and you're not keeping it down at all the same. So, frankly, it's a phenomenal way to lose weight, but I wouldn't recommend. Let me just quickly go and do something because otherwise I will forget. But I do like the fact that by breaking it into squares, I've made it bite-sized chunks that I can follow, bite-sized chunks that I can feel like I'm making an achievement. So even if I have a really bad day and I haven't actually done much, I've still done chunks. I've still done stuff that matters. And it's good for me to then have that, because, well, otherwise you start losing the willpower, you start fading away the enthusiasm to do it and wanting to give up. And, with all the best will in the world, we can all suffer a bit of that. So it is kind of, there you go, I've updated the picture because we finished a triangle today. Which is why we're now back on this. It is... Well, this is it. You see the difference. You see that, I keep all of the VODs of me doing this because part of me wants to show my brain cells at the end of this how many frigging hours this took. And so, there is a bit of that. And so I'm keeping them all. And you can go back and you can see it grow. You can see, each day at the end of working on my triangle, I take a photo of it. Now, usually it's the start of the video for tomorrow. But it also is a diary of how much it grew. And I can see then and there how much it grew today, because I look at the picture I put at the start of the video and the one I took at the end and go, wow, I did this bit today. So even on a bad day, you can still see and go, well, I did a reasonable bit. If it was one piece, you could do a couple of inches. Would it really show? Would your brain really be able to discern what you did today? Because to be fair, now I do want to do one in one piece. And this stitch, which is called ground stitch, would be a primary part of it. Because, well, it's a neck curtain, it's supposed to be light and airy, right? Well, if I add 2 square inches of that to something that measures somewhere in the region of 20 by, say, 45 inches... it's like adding 1 grain of rice. It's not going to show. And it would be a little bit soul-destroying, I think, because, as you say, you can work on it and work on it and work on it. You can spend 10 hours working on it. And unless you've, mysteriously added a leaf to it that there was never a leaf before, your brain has got nothing to really identify that it's grown. And it's like watching children and puppies grow. If you live with them, you don't see it happen. Now, sure, you notice one day that, kids' trousers 6 inches too short, or their shoes are too small, or that the puppy no longer fits in a gap that it used to. But you don't notice it grow. And of course, because I'm making it and I'm doing all the effort on it, even though I know I put in effort, if it's the same and it just won't feel bigger, it will feel like wasted time. So I'm a little bit hesitant to do a one-piece one, even though a one-piece one would look really nice. Don't get me wrong. So I'm talking no turning, joining points in the middle. I am talking start at the top with a long row and make a big sheet of lace, which is what I want to do because I want the challenge. Now, there are other ways of doing that. If you Google around Chantilly lace, for example, bear in mind I'm not French, so I'm not going to try and pretend to do a French accent and make it right. We'll go with Chantilly because that's what most British people would call it. They made huge lace shawls, but they did not make them in one piece. They had women whose sole profession was joining it. And they can do it invisibly. Now, I would love to do that. But the technique, Ragnarok, and for all of those who heard Ragnarok, you are not alone in that. I can't find a single thing on the internet about it. I found lots of things mentioning it. Well, that's just fine and dandy. I want to know how. I don't want to know that they did and that it's still practiced today by some, almost like faraway monastery. I want to know how. I want to learn that. So I'm a little bit peeved because it would be nice. So, for example, the Chantilly lace and some of its more modern counterparts that are still made using those techniques are made by 40 or 50 people. Well, they each make a strip. Well, a strip's a lot more manageable. A strip's a lot more practical. You can see that grow. You can, almost put a pin in your thing going, I started here, and at the end I finished here. You can see that you've gained a chunk. So I do kind of wish that there was more information about it. And in some ways, finding out what it's called and that, all these people use it and that, some certain people still can do it and they practice them. Look at this beautiful thing they made. Yes, you've made a really beautiful thing, but I want to know how. It's all well and good being able to, but if no one else can do it, it's going to die out, right? So I would love to be able to do that. And I do know that there are ways of doing it, but everything I know of would show. It's not utterly invisible. And yet, looking at the lace that they have, you can look real close and there is not a join to be seen. So I am astounded that they did this. Especially when there was no internet and people to learn from out on the internet. It had to be, physically passed down. But of course, people had lace making as professions back then. And lace was very much a luxury item and was very, very expensive because it grows stupidly slowly. And even more slowly when you stop and talk. So it is one of those kind of parts that you sit there going, I'm really pleased that I get the opportunity to do this. I can afford to make some lace and waste my life doing it. Because obviously back then, many women would have had, 6 children and... Exactly. And, no offence to nuns, but they tend to get up at the crack of spit, which I'm not inclined to do. And as you say, there'll be 40 of them all making lace all day. And chances are, if you do it all day, every day for like 18 hours plus, you get really frigging good at it. Well, I've got a day job. I've got to pay my bills. I don't live in a convent free of charge. I've got to pay my bills. So, no, I can't spend 18 hours a day. And even if I did, people today are not going to buy like they used to. I mean, I guess it would have been true back then. It's that, even if I, as Liz, sitting in my hovel back in the day, heard has decided that I could make lace and sat down and made some, doesn't guarantee anyone's going to buy it. It's almost a bit like designer fashion. You have to be famous before it's worth anything. You have to be recognised as a local master of your art. Well, but to get there, you've got a lot of failed and expensive, because, while lace making is not necessarily an expensive hobby to do, it takes a lot of time, and obviously you're not making any money doing anything else. You're not tending land and rearing animals and teaching children or any of the other things that women could have done back in the day to raise money. So you're just effectively a lump of food eating waste at that point. And so you're not going to be overly encouraged to do it. And so it is kind of a surprise that lace got to almost come into thing because of the way the world worked back then. You couldn't, you didn't have the retired at 30 can now live the life of your dream. You didn't have that. You starved. Half these people lost half their children from illness and starvation, and they did this because they didn't have a choice. This was their only way to make money. And as you say, there were great, convents of people. There were factories of, kind of almost the Chinese sweatshop level, making lace 18 hours a day for a handful of pence at the end of the week. Conditions weren't great, they didn't exactly have ring lighting like I've got. They had one candle between a bunch of them, so their eyesight would have been shot. And again, life expectancy was worse. Not everyone had glasses. If you got arthritis, you're fiddling around with bobbins, ain't going to work. If you can't really see, you're not really going to do very well. So a whole load of this becomes, your prime lace making activities are going to be drastically shortened. And, back then, people of my age, because I'm 52, would probably have had to have given up. Or at least primarily given up, because they wouldn't have been able to keep it up all day. Because their body would have been suffering due to lack of medical care and would have no teeth and, so probably can't eat too well and various other ailments would have been more disfiguring, and I'd have been a wreck back then because I've needed surgery to put me back together. So, I wouldn't have lived back then. I would have been very much a thing of the past. So it is kind of weird to picture that what we do today as a hobby for fun, in quotes, they had no choice. That was their profession. Because realistically, there are no professional... Well, there are professional lace makers. Because how do you think, like, the royal wedding gowns and stuff get made? They have lace makers. But, well, there aren't too many of those. People, while the rich and famous can demand, handmade this and all the rest of it, no one else can. No one else can afford to, I'm going to commission you to make net curtains for my house. As we've already proved, if one window pane takes 18 months, for example, my co-worker sent me a picture of his front thing. I went, go on then, how much? It's got 6 windows on it. Well, that's like 10 years of my life. Now, admittedly, if you can get 10 other people, it's a year of you. But it's not it's really not practical. And it's like, well, if I want to live off that, I'm not doing it for freaking minimum wage. So, I don't know. You start kind of going, for 10 years of my life, £500,000. No one's going to buy that. No one in their right mind should want to buy that. It's more accurate. And so it is one of those weird things that well, especially since it's only for one set of windows, it's not even for the whole house, and that's the problem though, isn't it? Is that you get to a point where that's, I couldn't afford to live if I didn't have you know, some form of income to pay for my bills, to, you know, feed me, clothe me, you know, look after me dogs, and you know, and all the rest of it. But then at the same time, you know, if no one in their right mind is going to want to pay that. And this is something I said to people about, I know why this isn't working now. Why, you know, why, for example, no, this is wrong. This is wrong. Take you out. That's wrong. So I need to plan this out a little bit better. Anyway, it is kind of difficult because, you know, it's like if I said to you, if you wanted me to make you a hand knitted jumper, I can probably hand knit a fairly plain, reasonable, warm jumper out of wool in about 2 weeks. The balls of wool here in the UK, well, wool's really expensive as a whole here in the UK. So to get, you know, a wool jumper, not a plastic acrylic jumper, some of those balls are £12 a ball. Well, if you're really skinny, probably 8. If you're chubbier, well, it could be nearer 10. Maybe more if you're, you know, a bit rounder. Well, I'd need a half month's salary to do that then if I was going to dedicate all my time to knitting you a jumper. And of course would need to cover the cost of the yarn. So while it's only, say, 90 quid in yarn, that doesn't account for my time yet. And so, you know, even on minimum wage, so let's say you do 40 hours a week, 80 hours a week, well, minimum wage is about, I think it's about £5.50 or something. That's like £400. Well, it's not a lot to live on. It really does kind of start becoming a problem, because if you want to pay the salary of someone who's quite capable, they're not going to want to do it for minimum wage. Well, let's say I say to you, I want £10 an hour. That's nowhere near an expensive rate. Most people wouldn't get out of bed for a job paying £10 an hour, but at £10 an hour, suddenly that's £800. And that's assuming I only do 8 hours a day and not more, right? Because usually I'm not a slow knitter, but at the same time, there is a lot of jumper. There you go. I'm a bit out of touch. So, well, let's say I want £12, right? Well, that's 960 quid for minimum wage for 2 weeks. If I do 16-hour days, well, now you're talking, you know, 1,880 quid for 2 weeks. But for one jumper? One lousy jumper? No one in their right mind would pay it. Oh, sorry. No one who is not Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos would buy it because they can't afford it. And so it always makes me sad when you see on eBay and stuff, people selling hand knitted stuff for like 10, 12 quid. The yarn cost you nearly that. You're not getting anything. Now, if you're like me, my problem is my want to make is far bigger than my need. So I'm going to be making it anyway. If I can make some money back by flogging it, that would be nice. Now, I don't tend to sell my stuff, but at least if you got back the cost of your materials and you enjoyed making it, fair enough. But the moment it becomes a job, it becomes an income, because of course if you're selling it on eBay, the government will tax you on your income from eBay. So with all of that in mind, you have to start being careful because, well, people aren't going to want to pay that kind of money. Now, if you're if you're Louis Vuitton or whatever, yeah, they probably will because he's famous at it and all the rest of it. But Liz Kimber from England is not famous. So no one's going to want to pay a ridiculous amount of money for some random crap that I've made. Now, we may have seen some really, really savagely ugly things in the name of fashion. And some of them truly are hysterically funny, and if you ever saw anyone wearing it, you would only ever point, laugh and roll on the floor crying because you just can't hold it in. Now, a lot of fashion, of course, is not about what it actually looks like. It is about the structure, the materials, and the techniques involved. But people then try and wear this shit, and you're like, seriously, dude, no, let's not. But it is hard to find yourself in a position where you could ever be a viable home crafter anymore. But when I was a kid, knitting a jumper was cheaper than buying it. Sewing a dress was cheaper than buying it. Crafting was cheaper than buying. Today, you go down Primark for like £8, you buy a jumper. You can't buy the yarn, even the shit stuff, to make a jumper. I mean, I bought some sock yarn to make the beekeeper's quilt. So I have some cheap sock yarn. The balls of wool, I think, are 50 grams. Hang on. Are they 50s or are they 100s? Hang on. Find one with a label on it. I've taken a couple of labels off. Are they 100s or are they 50s? You feel like 100s. Do you know what? It doesn't actually... Oh no, 50s. So, ball of wool. This is £2.90. Well, if you can buy a jumper made out of yarn, pretty much that size, for £8, well, you're only getting like 3 balls of wool. Well, that'll do like a sleeve and the collar. If that. Might not even do the sleeve. You just can't. You just can't kind of keep up with it, really. I know why this isn't working, but I'm kind of a bit confused at the moment, so bear with me. Because I don't want to do these dots. I need the picos to be in these dots, which means I skip that one and I need to do a pico in here. But for some reason, you need to come out of there. Shut up, dog. You're worse than a freaking Frenchie. Right, you're a passive pair. You stay there. Shut up, dog. Trying to think with that noise in your head is really hard. Right. This goes in there. And you now go out to here. Like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We do the round the house thing. And you go in. No. No. No, you've done it again. How is this? Why did this work properly the other side? Because you are the pico pin. You are not. The problem is... see them from a distance as to which way round everything is. So let's undo you a second, just because I need to see what's going on. You came in. You now have to lie there and shut up and stop confusing me. This now goes through here like this. Now, this isn't quite what happened last time, but it is. I like talking to my bobbins because, well, they need it, you know? Let's do the whole scoop up thing. It just is one of these frustrating things. It goes in there. You go round the outside, round the outside, round the outside, I think. Right. You then come back through here. Like this. And you two sod off. Tie you two in a knot. Tweak you from there, like that. And you now go up through here and down there. What can I smell, dogs? I smell something. It's not unpleasant, but what is it? And why am I smelling something? This does not feel like a good plan. Puppies! You were being too quiet and out of sight. Yes. This is not usually a good sign. I do find tying knots with bobbins on the end of string really hard, for the bobbins just get in the way. thank you for that. Hacking up a hairball or whatever you're doing there, Doug. It's taking a bit longer than I thought, but I don't know. Amy, I will get really peeved with you in a minute. She's a little crackhead, that one. And dealing with her is very frustrating because she gets up and she just has to bash into you every time. She also just can't come up and lie up on the couch. Rory, her brother, will get up on the couch and he will kind of very slowly creep onto the couch like you can't see him, and then just kind of sit in a spot like here and do Rory things. She will walk up and thump you, kick you. Then she has to trample the grass, so in each rotation she has to bash you again. And then the moment she lies down, she gets up again and gets off and then comes back and does it all over again. And so, towards the end of the day, tolerances are wearing out for being smacked while the dog does this. Because I also work from home. So I put up with it all week. And, you know, there just comes a time when you've had enough, really. And you need her to quit it. And she doesn't like it when you just like go, just sit down. And she's like, oh, if you've got that tone of voice, I'm not going to sit here anymore. Good. Because you're not just going to sit there. That's the whole point. If you did just sit there, it would be fine. So yeah, I love her dearly, but even more so when she's asleep. Just because. It's a bit like someone kicking your chair. To start with, you know, if they kick your chair, you don't really notice. But if they're constantly like swinging their leg and kicking your chair, it starts really to the point that, you know, half an hour later you're going to punch them in the throat and go absolutely psycho on them, even if you are the most placid human being in the known universe. And Amy's kind of antics definitely fall into that category. In the morning, you're kind of like, oh, that's cute. By the end of the afternoon, it's like, one more and I'm going to kebab you. I'm going to put you in a sandwich and not think twice about it, you know? Of course I wouldn't. Doesn't mean I don't want to, but... I want you back. Come back. No, don't have mated with them all. Come on. I didn't ask you to go back there. Do something with these. So let's make you a bit longer. Hang on. That's right. I wasn't going to lose my marbles. Well, that's not true. I am losing my marbles. But not specifically as per this scenario. That's right, didn't seem to for a moment there. Helps if you count, you know. So, you two, three, go in there, and you're going to go out through here, like this, and you're too short. And final pico on this side. You in the middle. Right. And you need to do the same on this side. So you go out through here. Like this. Out to the edge. You could do with being a bit longer. Like this. 1, 2, 3. Grab a pin. Make a bloody awful pico. Put a thing in the hole. Make this down a bit. Like that. Bring them back. You two need to disappear. So let's tie you off. Tie you off like this. One of those. Right. Now we need to do some fancier shenanigans at the bottom. And you go to the edge. If you're going to be annoying, you each get a stick. You now need to go out, and you need to go out, and you need to go into the middle at the bottom. There we go. And then as much as I don't like tassels on my bookmarks, it is an easy answer to the tying off problem, which is you loop over you and get pulled up and tight like that, and then you loop over this way and we shove you under there and pull you up and be tight like that. And we can do that again. So you go this way round. Definitely having bobbins on the end of string is a problem. Like that. And then we can tie a bit of a knot in you to make sure you don't come undone. Like that. And something like that. Right. So it's a little tail. Now I need my bobbin box. Where's my bobbin box? There's my bobbin box. And some scissors. And we can chop over you and jump over you. Take the two big pins out. Put them back in the pillow cushion over here. So, box of pins. I need to grab all of you and we'll snip you off, and for those who are coming with, they can go in the bobbin box. Well, most of these picos have actually worked, but I still hate them. I still think they're ugly. I still think they're stupid. But they have worked. So let me have a bit of the trim of some of the tails here. Try not to do it too close, even though I don't, it's not exactly going anywhere. But I know you can't see me do this. That's because I've got to hold it 1 inch from my nose for sanity reasons. It's not the best piece of lace in the history of lace, but we have been practicing our picos. It doesn't lie particularly flat, in fact wants to twist quite a lot, which is a bit annoying. But here is our final result. So that pico's crap, that's hideous. Most of these look a little bit dog because of the knots and stuff. It's masking them. That one died spectacularly. These are alright. This one's up here. No, I still royally suck at picos. Most of those are epic fails. The problem with picos is you can't tell how well you did until you pull it off and then you realise it was all wrong. So, there is my pink bookmark. We have completed that. I've got to pick up a number of stray bobbins. But there you go. Tomorrow we will look to start Triangle 23. I need some food. I'm going to watch the PoE race. I hope that you have enjoyed today's stream. For those of you who came, thank you for the follow, Meg Sweet. I appreciate that dearly. It is likely that I'll be around the same time tomorrow, so don't be too surprised. Being British, this is, kind of prime evening for me, so around dinner time is generally a good time for me. Let me turn this over so that the twist can kind of roll into the pad a bit. That's one ugly piece of lace. Right. Never mind. But hey, we did. Clearly something... Oh no, that's a spare bit of fluff that's making it look a bit rough in the middle there. It's not a straight line. It is a spare bit of cotton that's escaped into the universe. Yep. Take care. I shall see you tomorrow for those who can join me. If not, I hope you can join me another day. Thanks for coming. Bye-bye.